Orion is scheduled to splash down off the coast of San Diego in the Pacific Ocean. So to quickly recap, teams are in the process of performing a vent and relief test on the liquid hydrogen tank on the upper stage, following finishing their fast fill operations. Again, this test is to just test the tanks that they can handle the pressure that will be happening during this first day of flight. Following this test, we will then transition into our topping phase on the upper stage liquid hydrogen tank, and it'll then transition to replenish. On the core stage, meanwhile, we are still in fast fill for the liquid oxygen tank, and we are in replenish for liquid hydrogen. Now, this is a very, very big and important milestone to me because, again, for those that have been following us along, especially with Artemis II, during our fast fill operations on the core stage liquid hydrogen tank during wet dress rehearsal 1, that was our first test of this Artemis II moon rocket where we tested loading the propellants on board. Teams experienced the liquid hydrogen leaks shortly after getting into fast fill during that first test. They then performed a second wet dress rehearsal where they did not see any major leaks. Tanking loading operations went very smoothly, and it was a very successful test. And so it's great to see that throughout today's countdown for launch, there also weren't any significant issues or leaks reported during our liquid hydrogen loading phase on the core stage. So we are now in replenish mode for liquid hydrogen. We're about 84% of the way on the liquid oxygen tank. And we're also almost there on the upper stage for liquid hydrogen. Now I'll report out once liquid oxygen operations for the upper stage are also underway.
Wait time is approximately
Taxes
40 minutes.
was feeling
We appreciate
unwelcome.
your patience. Your call is imperative.
Now Taxes is an open door, literally, to new TurboTax stores. Meet our experts in person. They're ready to do your taxes for you, so you can walk out with confidence. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax.
My dad never looked back at his old jeans after I gifted him these.
Trust me, these will become your new favorite pants.
Designed by a 63-year-old apparel expert who understands exactly where men's pants pain point lie. Whether you're 50, 60, 70, or even 100, you always deserve the comfiest and most practical pants. Multi-Pants, best-selling comfort cargo pants for seniors in 2025. Non-stop stretch supports endless freedom to move. Lightweight woven fabric. Releases heat from aging skin. 6 pockets that are practical, sleek, and versatile. 10-inch elastic waistband. Indulge your adventure with this effortless, flexible cargo pants. 65% off. Get yours now.
Welcome back. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently 7 hours and 9 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window for the Artemis II mission. Our Artemis launch team is currently in the process of loading liquid propellant onto the SLS, or Space Launch System, rocket. Teams just reported out that we are in our topping phase for the upper stage liquid hydrogen tank. This means we are almost at 100%, if not pretty much there, on that upper stage tank. The upper stage is the second stage of the SLS rocket. Here's a graphic representation where we can see where we're currently at in our tanking operations. That means we have now finished loading our liquid hydrogen on both the core stage and the upper stage. As I said, we're in that topping phase to get us to 100%. And afterwards, we'll then transition into replenish mode to stay at 100% level. You can see on the core stage, we are already at the replenish mode, if you see that 100% level right there. And we also just got confirmation that we are also in replenish for the upper stage liquid hydrogen tank. Now on the liquid oxygen side, we still have a little bit to go. We're almost there on the liquid oxygen tank for the core stage. You see roughly 92% of the way filled. And we haven't started our liquid oxygen propellant loading operations on the upper stage. Teams are getting ready to start chilling down that tank. Teams do this to make sure that all of the systems and lines are ready to receive these cryogenic temperatures. As you can see on your screen there, for hydrogen to stay in a liquid state, it must be negative 423 degrees Fahrenheit. Oxygen, meanwhile, is negative 297 degrees Fahrenheit. So these super cold temperatures, we want to make sure that the rocket is able to receive them without damaging any of the hardware on board. So we'll start with chilling down that liquid oxygen tank and lines before we actually start loading it onto the upper stage. I'll report back once that step is underway. As a reminder, our launch window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time this evening. Teams do have a 2-hour launch window, so that means if we don't launch right at 6:24, that is okay. They still have additional opportunities throughout that 2-hour launch window. Now, NASA's providing 24/7 live coverage throughout this entire mission, beginning with our propellant loading operations that is currently underway. And as we continue our coverage this morning, we are also, and we continue monitoring all of our loading operations, we thank you for following us along. Part of our live coverage will, of course, include our launch this evening. That live launch coverage for Artemis II will continue right here at the beginning at approximately 12:50 p.m. Eastern Time. You can continue watching on our NASA's YouTube channel, as well as on NASA Plus and the other NASA social media channels. Again, we are providing 24/7 live coverage. So following launch, the show doesn't end there. We have a 10-day mission around the moon. And then following that, we're coming back home. And we will be covering all of those splashdown operations as well. Artemis II is a test flight. It is NASA's first crewed Artemis mission. We will be sending NASA astronaut Reid Wiseman, who serves as the commander, Victor Glover, the pilot, and mission specialist Christina Koch. And then we're also sending Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, who serves as the other mission specialist for this mission. So to quickly recap, we are in replenish for both liquid hydrogen tanks on the core stage and the upper stage of our SLS, or Space Launch System rocket. And we are getting very close to being almost all the way full on the liquid oxygen tank in the core stage. I'll make sure to report out once we start entering topping for the liquid oxygen tank in the core stage. Again, that refers to the last little bit that is needed to get us to 100%. And I'll also make sure to let folks know when our chill down operations are in work on the upper stage liquid oxygen tank. As a reminder, all of this propellant that are on board these 4 tanks of these two rocket stages, they feed the engines that are underneath and then provide the power and the push to send the Orion spacecraft on its voyage to the moon.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality, right now.
You're 28 and already VP. I've been here 15 years and I'm still senior manager.
It's not about years. It's about how you communicate.
What does that even mean?
I learned how to speak like a leader from day one, how to articulate value, build executive relationships, command a room. You can learn it too.
At my age?
Especially at your age. You have the expertise, you just need to communicate it differently. 28 days of training changed my trajectory. It can change yours too.
Tomorrow morning, we're starting the 28-day Charisma Challenge. No fake it till you make it advice. Just real tools to help you connect, speak, and lead with confidence. This goes beyond self-improvement. It's a transformation in how you're seen, heard, and remembered. Just 15 minutes a day.
This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently 6 hours and 49 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window for NASA's Artemis II mission. That launch window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time this evening, and we do have a 2-hour launch window, which means that if we don't launch right at the start at 6:24 p.m., that is okay. Teams still have an additional 2 hours in which they can try to launch the SLS, or Space Launch System rocket, and the Orion spacecraft. Now, the Artemis launch team is currently in the process of loading cryogenic or super cold liquid propellant onto the SLS rocket. We are currently in what is called replenish mode for our liquid hydrogen tanks on board the SLS core stage and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. These are the two stages on the SLS rocket. Now, replenish mode means that we have finished loading hydrogen on board both of these rockets. That means they are at 100% level. And teams are just constantly replenishing the tanks to make sure that they stay at 100%. Since, as throughout the countdown, that liquid propellant will start boiling off as it starts warming up, and it will then be vented out and released from the rocket, which you can see there on your screen. Now, on the liquid oxygen side, teams are now in topping phase for the core stage liquid oxygen tank. Topping is the in-between state of fast fill and replenish mode. Fast fill is where we spend the most of the time loading propellants. We load it at a much faster rate. Then once we reach a certain point, we will transition into topping to finish loading the tank to 100%. That is now where we are currently at in the core stage liquid oxygen tank. And following topping, we then transition into replenish. So we're in core stage liquid oxygen topping. We're in topping for the core stage liquid oxygen tank. And we are in replenish mode for both tanks on the liquid hydrogen, on the core stage and the upper stage. Now, meanwhile, on the liquid oxygen tank on the upper stage, teams just reported that they have now started chill down for that upper stage tank. This is the first step that is needed before we actually start flowing and loading that propellant on board. The reason this is done is to chill down the systems in line so they are ready to receive those super cold temperatures and not cause any potential damage to the hardware. For reference, oxygen needs to be negative 297 degrees Fahrenheit to be in a liquid state, and hydrogen, negative 423 degrees Fahrenheit. So very, very cold temperatures that the rocket is dealing with right now. Now again, we are underway for the Artemis II mission. This is the second Artemis mission in NASA's Artemis program. Artemis I was an uncrewed test flight. Artemis II will be the first crewed test flight. This will be the first time we send astronauts on board our Orion spacecraft. We'll be sending our commander Reid Wiseman, our pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Koch and Jeremy Hansen on a 10-day mission around the moon. Now, from the rocket side, there aren't that many changes from Artemis I to Artemis II. Most of the major sections of SLS really remain unchanged. Some of the differences are more in the details to really just provide our astronauts with a better ride in space. Some of those include some optical targets that are now on the upper stage as visual cues during the proximity operation demonstration. This will be a test for the astronauts to practice maneuvering Orion and practice approaching the upper stage while it's in a high Earth orbit. Another improvement for SLS was an improved navigation system. Also, communications capability between the ground stations and the U.S. Space Force Space Launch Delta 45, which controls the eastern range. That is responsible for kind of helping dictate when we are allowed to launch here off the Space Coast in Florida. Now, all of the 4 tanks on the upper stage and the core stage, they feed the engines that are down below. At liftoff, the 4 RS-25 engines will operate for the first 8 minutes during flight. The 2 solid rocket boosters that are on either side, those operate for only 2 minutes, and they provide 75% of the power at liftoff. So to quickly recap, we are in replenish for our both liquid hydrogen tanks. We entered topping for the liquid oxygen tank on the core stage. That means very, very soon we'll be in replenish mode for that tank as well. And we are in our chill down operations for the liquid oxygen tank on the upper stage. Pretty soon we will be entering fast fill. I'll report out when that is underway. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently 6 hours and 38 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window for the Artemis II mission. That launch window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time this evening, and teams do have a 2-hour launch window in which they can attempt to launch the SLS, or the Space Launch System rocket, and Orion spacecraft. The Artemis launch team is currently loading cryogenic or super cold liquid propellant onto SLS. We are currently in replenish mode for both liquid hydrogen tanks on the 2 stages of our SLS.
Here's the reality. Your college degree took 4 years and $100,000. AI skills, 28 days and $20. Guess which one your boss cares about more in 2026?
Stop. Please stop using ChatGPT like it's Google. Get AI certified in 28 days and you won't recognize yourself.
So I'm over 42 and I just got AI certified in less than a month. One program changed everything. I didn't quit my job or spend thousands on courses. Instead, I joined the 28-day AI challenge.
What if I've never worked with AI before?
Perfect. This challenge is built for people over 40. A simple learning routine that fits your life, not disrupts it, and the best part, you're AI certified at the end.
So when does the program start showing results?
In 1 week, you'll feel unstoppable. In 2 weeks, you'll have your strategy. In a month, you'll wonder why you didn't start sooner. Tap the screen to join us.
This is what my house looks like. And I haven't cleaned in 3 months. That's because I have someone come and do it for me twice a month through HomeAglow. Let's talk about how much that actually cost me. So using HomeAglow, the first cost was $39. A crazy good deal for 4 hours of cleaning. The cleaner I chose, Jonathan, did an amazing job, so I stuck with it. Now I pay $59 a month for unlimited cleaning starting at $18 an hour. That's a $30 an hour discount, which means my membership cost pays for itself in under 2 hours of cleaning. Are you still with me? Good. If this is the sort of service you can use, those promos are still available. So click the link below and book. Thank yourself later.
Will be the first to experience launch and flight atop SLS. The rocket hits a maximum speed of 22,670 miles per hour. And our astronauts will get to experience the entire ride. So to quickly recap, we are in replenish mode for both liquid hydrogen tanks. We are in topping, meaning we are finishing up loading liquid oxygen on the core stage. That is the first stage of the rocket. And we are in fast fill for the liquid oxygen tank on our second stage, or that interim cryogenic propulsion stage. I'll report out once we have also entered replenish mode for the core stage liquid oxygen tank. This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently 6 hours and 22 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window for the Artemis II mission. The launch team is currently in the process of loading cryogenic or super cold liquid propellant onto the SLS, or the Space Launch System rocket. We're currently in replenish mode for both liquid hydrogen tanks on both the first stage and the second stage of the rocket. And then on the liquid oxygen side, we are in fast fill for the liquid oxygen tank on the upper stage. And then we are getting ready to get into our replenish mode for the liquid oxygen tank on the core stage. We are still in that topping phase, finishing loading the propellant tank to 100%, at which point then teams will transition into replenish mode as well, which just means that we are going to constantly be replenishing these tanks at 100% level. Now today's launch window opens at 6:24 p.m. Teams do have a 2-hour launch window, which means if we don't launch right on time, they do have an additional 2 hours in which they can attempt to launch. For those of you just joining us, NASA will be providing 24/7 live coverage of this entire mission, starting with our propellant loading operations that are currently underway. Thank you so much for everyone that's been following along. Our live launch coverage of Artemis II will continue right here, beginning at approximately 12:50 p.m. where the rest of my NASA commentators will be chiming in on how the rest of today's countdown goes. And we'll take you through the rest of the mission. Now, Artemis II is a test flight. It will be the first mission that sends astronauts on board SLS and Orion. You can see a photo on your screen there of our Artemis II crew. We have our commander, Reid Wiseman, on the right-hand side. Then we have our 2 mission specialists in the middle, Christina, Koch, and then Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. All the way on the left is our pilot, Victor Glover. All 4 of them woke up not too long ago at around 9:25 a.m. this morning. Not a terrible wake-up call. In that time, they've been getting ready, having breakfast, getting some briefings. And they'll get one more briefing. It's the flight crew weather brief, where they'll get a status on where we are in the countdown, what the current forecast looks like. Following that brief, they will then start their suit-up operations before they go out to the launch pad and board their spacecraft. And teams did report that we have now entered replenish mode for the core stage liquid oxygen tank. So we are now in replenish for both liquid hydrogen tanks on the core stage and the upper stage. And we are also in replenish mode for the core stage liquid oxygen tank. On the upper stage liquid oxygen tank, meanwhile, we are still in fast fill. And I'll report out once then we transition from fast fill onto the next step, which will again be that vent and relief test. This is pressurizing the upper stage tanks with heliums to test the relief capabilities of the tank pressure to make sure that it can handle that capability during flight. Following that test, teams will then start topping on the liquid oxygen tank, and will then, after topping, will then transition into replenish mode as well. I'll report out when that's underway.
Looking for tax help? Now there are TurboTax experts right in your neighborhood. They get to know your unique situation and get you every dollar you deserve. So hand off your taxes to a local TurboTax expert today.
This is Artemis Launch Control. We are currently 6 hours and 8 minutes and counting from the opening of today's launch window for the Artemis II mission. Now the launch window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time this evening, and teams do have a 2-hour launch window, which means that they have 2 hours in which they can try to launch the SLS, or the Space Launch System rocket, and Orion spacecraft that will send NASA astronauts Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen on a 10-day mission around the moon and back. Now, the launch team is currently in the process of loading cryogenic or super cold liquid propellant onto the SLS rocket. The propellants that are used to power SLS are liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. We are currently in our replenish phase for both liquid hydrogen tanks on the two stages of the rocket. That is both the core stage and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Replenish mode just basically means that now these tanks are at 100% level, and teams are going to constantly be replenishing them as they start to warm up and boil off. You can see some of that gas that's being vented off the rocket there. That's normal. Teams totally expect to see that. And because of that, we have then a replenish valve to constantly be replenishing the tank with that liquid propellant, so we make sure that we are 100% level and we're not losing any propellants in the tank. The reason that you see some of that venting happening is because as we get throughout the countdown and the temperatures start to rise, that liquid propellant will become a gas, and so it'll start boiling off and then it'll vent outside the rocket. Hence the need for a replenish valve. So we are in replenish for both liquid hydrogen tanks. We are also in replenish for the core stage liquid oxygen tank. And we are in fast fill for the upper stage, or that interim cryogenic propulsion stage, liquid oxygen tank. Now, fast fill is the main portion of our propellant loading operations, where teams are actively loading that propellant at a much faster rate. Now, following fast fill, teams transition into what is called topping. As the name suggests, it just means to top off the tanks. And then following topping, we enter what is replenish. So once we are at replenish for the liquid oxygen tank on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, we're going to enter what is called all stages in replenish. This means that all 4 tanks on the SLS rocket are fully fueled, and our astronauts are ready then to go and head out to the launch pad when they get the go from our launch director, Charlie Blackwell Thompson. Now, coming up shortly, our astronauts will be joining in on a flight crew weather brief with our launch director, as well as with the flight director in Houston and the launch weather officer. They'll provide a quick status on how the forecast looks for the rest of today's countdown, as well as where we currently are in our countdown operations. A little earlier, the launch weather officer did let our launch director know that we might get some showers in about 2 hours. However, there is no lightning threat, and they will plan on discussing this again during the flight crew weather brief. Currently, teams are forecasting 80% go for weather conditions during that 2-hour launch window. So again, to quickly recap, we are in replenish mode for both liquid hydrogen tanks. We are also in replenish mode on the liquid oxygen tank on the core stage. That is the first stage of the SLS rocket. And we're in fast fill for the liquid oxygen tank on the upper stage. I'll report out when we have transitions from fast fill and onto topping.
You didn't start your business to do taxes. Good thing we did. Block Advisors by H&R Block serves over 2 million businesses like yours every year. Find a local tax pro who understands the ins and outs of your industry. File with Block Advisors today.
Artemis II launch, a test flight that will bring humans back around the moon for the first time in over 50 years. I'm correspondent for launch day, and for the next 6 to 8 hours, we'll keep you company during this momentous event. If you're watching with us on YouTube, please chime in on that chat and let us know where you're watching from. Just to let you know, here is our plan for today. Every 30 minutes or so, I'll jump in to share where we are in the countdown, what NASA is doing, and why it matters. AP is on the ground bringing you live coverage. You'll be able to see live views from Kennedy Space Center in Florida, watch parties around the country, and we'll be joined by guests who can help make sense of this historic moment. And for my fellow space fans in the chat, we've got some trivia to test your knowledge, plus a little SLS Lego building along the way. Good luck to me. A quick word about timing. NASA's current April opportunities to blast off what is called launch windows extends from April 1 to April 6. Each day has a 2-hour opening to set off, and today's launch window is from 6:24 p.m. ET to 8:24 p.m. ET. The exact timing and moment of that launch, when the astronauts launch, is dependent on weather or any technical issues that might come up. It is completely normal and expected for NASA to pause the countdown clock, what is called a hold, and attempt later in the same launch window. Now, if NASA decides to call off the launch for the day, that is called a scrub. This can happen if the rocket is fueled and NASA decides the weather is too iffy or a technical issue comes up that needs more time for fixing, in which case they will likely try again 48 hours later. NASA's top priority is crew safety, so holds and scrubs are par for the course. All right, and now we want to give you a sense of what the energy is like in Cape Canaveral. Calling in live from Florida's Kennedy Space Center to catch us up on what's in store for the Artemis II test flight around the moon is AP's longtime space reporter, Marcia Dunn.
This is Marcia Dunn of the AP. I'm standing atop the AP building here at Kennedy Space Center. It's less than 6 hours before liftoff of NASA's return of astronauts to the moon. You can see the rocket right over there, over my shoulder. But we have got 750 journalists here today. It is electric. It's a little cloudy right now. The winds are picking up, but NASA's promising favorable conditions by evening lunchtime. You know, this will be my 124th astronaut launch in person, and it is probably far better than some of the highlights of my past. John Glenn's return to orbit on Space Shuttle Discovery in 1998. That was phenomenal. The last shuttle flight in 2011. SpaceX's returning astronauts to orbit from U.S. soil in 2020, but flying to the moon, that is really incredible. And, you know, this is just a marvel to behold. The Artemis program, follow on to Apollo, got retooled in the last couple of weeks. NASA's new administrator wanted to hurry it up, be more like Apollo, in other words. And so next year, following this mission, there'll be some practice docking in orbit around Earth, sort of a rehearsal for the big mission, which will be the first astronauts landing on the moon during Artemis in 2028. This time they're targeting the South Polar region, so all new territory for NASA. On this flight, though, it's nearly 10 days. They're flying to the moon, going around the back, hanging a U-turn, heading straight home. No landing, no orbiting. It's just to make sure that this Orion capsule, everything is working fine, the life support's good, and it's just going to be an incredible, incredible mission. Back to you, Kyle.
Thank you, Marcia. Coming up, the crew is suiting up. I just have to say, on the YouTube chat, there are a lot of Marcia Dunn fans, so that's exciting to hear. But we're going to take a quick break and give you guys a look at the rocket again. But before we take that break, here is your first trivia question of the day. And if you're on the AP YouTube chat, you can play along, okay? Here's the question. How long has it been since astronauts last went to the moon? Chat, what do you think? I mean, does anyone remember? Is there someone in the chat who happened to watch live still? Do you have relatives who remember watching this in person? Question, answers, what are people thinking? Okay, no, yeah, yes, hopefully no April Fool's launch today. Absolutely, we're fingers crossed. All right, The answer, how long has it been since astronauts last went to the moon? It is 53 years. That's right, folks. Apollo 17 was NASA's final Apollo mission to land on the moon in 1972. All right, that is us for now. We're going to bring you back a view of Launchpad, and we'll return in about 25 minutes. See you then.
This records conversations better than taking notes ever could. This is Pocket, an AI note taker that records conversations so you don't have to. I use it for meetings, phone calls, or even doctor's visits. And it captures everything clearly up to 49 feet, even phone calls without even using the speaker. Once a conversation ends, Pocket automatically gives me a summary of what was said, action items on what I need to do next, and key takeaways that I can actually use. So instead of scrambling to take notes or worrying about forgetting important details, I can just be present in the moment and enjoy the conversation. It has 4 days of battery life, 64 gigabytes of storage, supports over 120 languages, and small enough to snap on the back of your phone. As a creator and entrepreneur, this is huge for me. I could turn everyday conversations into content ideas, plans, and follow-ups without doing extra work. No confusion, no missed details, just clarity. So pick up Pocket today.
Looking to hire? ZipRecruiter delivers candidates with the right skills and experience fast. So fast that 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate on day one. Try for free at ziprecruiter.com.
Taxes was feeling unwelcome. Now Taxes is an open door to new TurboTax stores. Meet our experts. They do your taxes, so you can walk out with confidence. Now this is Taxes.
I've done 8 interviews and I keep getting the same questions, but I keep giving bad answers. Then I started using Otter and everything changed. Here's how I did it. I recorded all my interviews with Otter, and then after each interview, I'd ask the Otter AI chat, how could I have improved my answers? He showed me where I rambled or gave weak examples. Then I'd prompt, write a thank you email referencing the interesting points we discussed. Perfect follow-up every time. After 10 interviews, I asked, what are the most common questions that I'm getting? The patterns were clear. I knew exactly what to prep for. After my last 3 interviews, I got 2 offers and a final round. Suddenly, I was the one choosing. Whether you're job hunting or you're already in your dream job, you need to try this. Get Otter free today.
Welcome back to the AP live stream of NASA's historic launch back to the moon. Soon, the Artemis II flight crew should be suiting up in their iconic orange suits. Now, most of us have only seen astronauts go to low Earth orbit, the zone where the International Space Station circles Earth about 200.
On this ship, you represent His Royal Majesty and shall dress accordingly. So
Sorry, is there any leeway on the uniform? Flippy floppies, perhaps?
Silence!
Think about it.
No!
Right.
Your job doesn't stop. Neither do we. More than 1 million products, every industry, every day. With easy ordering and fast delivery. Call, click, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As possible on the moon and come back, at times picking up moon rocks for study. So a lot of the Apollo missions were focused on the equator of the moon. The major difference with Artemis now is that NASA wants to stay. It wants to build a long-term presence on the moon with future Artemis missions, including plans for a permanent lunar base. Compared to Apollo, which focused more on the lunar equator, the Artemis II crew will be seeking a wider view of the moon. So their approach will actually make the moon look about as big as a basketball held at arm's length. This will give them a glimpse of the lunar poles to see if there is frozen water. They will also have a nice look at what will be a well-lit far side of the moon. Artemis II is also a life support test in deep space. NASA will check the cabin air, drinking water, waste system, communications, and all the day-to-day basics that have to work before astronauts can stay out in space longer. The Orion capsule, is also new. It's roughly double the size of the Apollo command module and is designed to keep 4 astronauts alive in deep space for up to 21 days. Finally, for those wondering when Artemis will land on the moon, NASA recently shook up the Artemis roadmap. After this test flight, Artemis III will now be an Earth orbit test mission in 2027, and Artemis IV will be the first planned moon landing in 2028. Now, AP video journalist Shelby Lum had a chance to interview someone who was there for the Apollo missions. So let's hear from an Apollo engineer who knows what it takes to turn moonshot plans into real hardware.
Mission sequence start. Engines on, 5. To land first men on the moon. Liftoff on Apollo 11.
I have been blessed to have worked in probably the most exciting period of to date of the space industry.
Houston, what does the old moon look like from 60 miles?
The Apollo program had so many unknowns, in the middle 60s. We knew what we had to do. We didn't know necessarily how to do it, but by golly, we'd figure it out.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
The national goal in those years, because of Kennedy's pronouncement, because of his assassination, there was a tremendous wave behind us pushing. There wasn't a lot of negativity as to why we should go to the moon. But you'll hear people say now, well, Artemis II is just like Apollo 8. Well, in essence it is, but you're flying new hardware, you're flying more people. I don't consider it to be a replication of Apollo 8. Apollo program was, we're going to go to the moon, we're going to land, and we're going to bring men back safely. And we'll bring a few rocks back with us, but that was basically the Apollo program. Artemis, of course, has a whole different agenda. Basically it's to establish an outpost on the moon. If we can establish an outpost up there and where we can actually use the moon to help us go beyond the moon is what's important. It's spectacular. Yeah, it's the next phase. We should have done Artemis 50 years ago. You've got a new generation. You know, in fact, we've gone through, I don't know how many generations, 4 generations since Apollo 8, and so you've got people now, younger people again, on the program that are excited. We've got 60 years of development since Apollo, and I love pushing back at the frontiers of science, and this is a step in that direction.
All right, before we take another break and send you back to a view of the rocket and maybe the astronauts, here's your next trivia question for the chat. I hope you're going to join in on this question, all right? What human record could Artemis II break during this test flight? If you were paying attention, you might have heard it. So let's see if anyone knows. What human record could Artemis II break during this test flight, depending on when they launch? Any answers? The answer is Artemis II could set a new record for the farthest humans have ever traveled from Earth. The current mark is 248,655 miles, which was set by Apollo 13 in 1970. We'll be right back, and please enjoy a view of the rocket and maybe the astronauts. We'll see.
when you guys get a chance to take me off, I'll just move my camera somewhere where people can't come. That's fine. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I'm watching live stream. So yeah, let's do it.
Everywhere I go, heads turning, looking at me like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Everywhere I go, heads turning, looking at me like, whoa, whoa, like, whoa. Everywhere I go, heads turning, looking at me like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Everywhere I go, heads turning, looking at me like, whoa.
You didn't start your business to do taxes. Good thing we did. Block Advisors by H&R Block serves over 2 million businesses like yours every year. Find a local tax pro who understands the ins and outs of your industry. File with Block Advisors today.
All right, folks, welcome back to the AP live stream of NASA's Artemis II launch. A little weather update for today. The launch area's weather forecast shows an 80% chance of favorable weather conditions with cloud coverage and potential for high winds on the ground as the primary weather concerns. We'll let you know if anything changes throughout the stream. In the meantime, joining me now to unpack a little bit about the importance of this mission and some fun facts about the SLS rocket is the American Museum of Natural History's Kate Schmidt. Welcome, Kate.
Hi, thanks for having me.
I'm so glad that you're here to join me. So right now on the screen, everyone should be able to see the astronauts suiting up. You're seeing Commander Reid Wiseman, Victor Glover, who's the pilot, Christina Koch, the mission specialist, and Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen, who's also a mission specialist. Kate, what do you know about their orange suits?
So these orange suits, every astronaut suit is especially designed for that particular astronaut. So they take very detailed measurements of their bodies, and each suit is specially fitted to that astronaut. Something kind of interesting about these suits is the fact that they're orange, and that is because when these astronauts come back and splash down into the ocean, orange is just easier to see. Okay. So they'll be visible.
Yeah, it's also, I mean, that's important in space too, right?
Yeah.
If, like, anything happens, like, there's something too that I found out about the suit. So, like, the special blue visible parts of the suit, stripes, like the V and everything, that they're actually meant to be something that, like, emergency folks can, like, grab onto in case of, like, something serious,
yes. Right? So they have all types of, like, Velcro on them as well to be able to stick things to. They have handles on, so even other astronauts, as they're floating around, can grab onto things. Wow. They are very particularly designed.
Yeah, so super functional for space. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the SLS rocket. Yeah. So what can you share with our audience about this?
So the SLS rocket, SLS stands for the Space Launch System. This rocket will be one of the highest thrust rockets ever launched. And so you can really see the design of the rocket, the two white parts of the rocket on the side.
These two, yeah.
Yeah, those are called the solid rocket boosters, and this is a key difference between the SLS and the Saturn V, which launched the Apollo missions back in the 60s and 70s. That's the first stage of the rocket, and then the large orange body,
this part here,
that core middle part makes up most of the rocket. That's where your liquid fuel is, and your later stages that are eventually going to push the Orion space capsule into that lunar trajectory.
Okay, yeah. So, like, they're actually, the astronauts will be sitting right here at the very top.
Yes. Most of a rocket is meant to just get the rocket off of planet Earth.
Because our gravity is that strong.
Yes. So actually the astronauts are occupying just a very tiny portion up at the tippy top.
Cool. I wanted to ask you also, because obviously this is the first time in over 50 years that we're going to head back to the moon and take a trip around it. I think a lot of folks are familiar with the Apollo missions. Some may have even been lucky enough to see it on their TVs. Many of us are more familiar with the Tom Hanks movie, of course. So tell me, what is a little bit of the difference between the Apollo missions and the Artemis missions?
Yes, so the biggest difference between Apollo and Artemis is the length of time we're aiming to stay on the moon.
Okay.
Apollo missions, the max amount of time people stayed on the moon was about 75 hours.
Wow.
And they had to take all of their equipment with them in that one go, which is why the Saturn V could deliver a heavier payload than the Space Launch System.
Yeah, so this is just a little look at the Artemis Orion capsule and then the Apollo capsule here.
Yeah, so you can clearly see, like, the Orion capsule, it has more space. There's more space for the crew to actually be in the capsule. They can move around more. It can carry actually more people than the Apollo mission could, with the goal being a sustained human presence on the moon. And truly the goal from there is sending people to Mars. No longer are we just aiming for the moon. We are using the moon as a kind of little laboratory and literal launching point for future missions to Mars.
So speaking of Mars, you teach a lot of kids at the American Museum of Natural History. What are they saying about Artemis?
So kids are so funny because they're like, we're going to the moon, we've already been there. What about Mars? Yeah. So they're very excited about the Artemis missions. They've been here, this is their Apollo, right? But they are putting it in the context of going to Mars.
Okay.
I also think kids, and a lot of people today, still kind of have this idea that space travel is easy and commonplace because we hear about astronauts going to the ISS all the time. But this is the first time kids are really understanding that this is a hard thing to do, and there's a lot that can go wrong. There's a lot of people involved. You know, this is a global endeavor, and they're starting to understand the importance of it through that hardship.
That is amazing. Kate, I think that is the time that we have today.
Right.
But before we go on a little break, here's your next trivia question. Kate, you probably know the answer to this, so you might give hints to our YouTube audience, but do not answer, please. Okay, so here is your question for the trivia break. What is the total number of humans that have ever walked on the surface of the moon? I'll ask that one more time. What is the total number of humans that have ever walked on the surface of the moon? I mean, what would your students say? Like,
oh, they'd be like 500.
500.
They'd be like, we've been there so many times.
Yeah.
So it's not that. They'll tell you that.
I think there's also quite a few people who might imagine the answer is like smaller than you would think.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there were quite a number of Apollo missions. A few of them were just around the moon, and then just a handful were like going on the actual lunar surface, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So there were 17 Apollo missions, but think about how many people were actually on the moon.
Okay, so what is the total number of humans that have ever walked on the surface of the moon? The answer is 12 people. So 24 astronauts have traveled from Earth to the moon, but only 12 have actually walked on the surface. All right, folks, that is our time for now. We're going to send you back to take a look at the rocket and maybe another view of the astronauts. So we'll be back soon.
Hand off your taxes to an expert in your neighborhood. Now, your TurboTax expert can file for you, so you don't have to miss a moment. You've got better things to do than taxes. Have a local TurboTax expert file for you.
Kayak told me hotel prices just dropped. Now we can finally stop scrolling for travel hacks.
Hey, free phones.
Folks, the Astrovan is on the way to the launch pad. What you've just witnessed these past few minutes is one of launch day's signature visual moments, the crew walkout. 4 astronauts in bright orange suits heading from suiting up toward the pad before they climb aboard Orion. First of all, YouTube chat, who is your favorite astronaut ever? Tell us in the chat and why you love them. We'd love to hear it. In the meantime, I'd love to talk a little bit about the Artemis II flight crew. You guys have probably heard their name multiple times, but let's talk about some of their achievements, right? First up is Commander Reid Wiseman. He is a 27-year Navy veteran. On his first space mission, he spent 165 days aboard the International Space Station, where his crew carried out more than 300 scientific experiments and logged a record of 82 hours of research in one single week. Up next, you would have noticed also pilot Victor Glover. He is a naval aviator, test pilot, and veteran of 24 combat missions. He piloted an early SpaceX crew to the International Space Station and became the first Black astronaut to live aboard the space station for an extended mission. It's really exciting to see them suit up and now head to the launch pad. All right. Then we have mission specialist Christina Koch, who spent 328 consecutive days in space, the longest single space flight by a woman. She also took part in the first all-female spacewalk in 2019. Artemis II will be her second trip to space. And finally, last but not least, there's mission specialist Jeremy Hansen, who is a Canadian astronaut. He earned his glider pilot wings at 16 before he could legally drive. He is also set to become the first Canadian to fly around the moon. Now, I don't know if you guys have been following NASA's Instagram, but they just did that whole meme recently of, you know, what were you like in the 90s, and it was super cute. So I highly recommend checking that out. It's actually pretty inspiring. Now, I want to throw to a little video that we created. These folks have a lot of experience and scientific research behind them. So let's take a look at the training it takes to go back to the moon.
We are at the Johnson Space Center. This building is called the Mission Training Center. And this facility here is the Orion Mission Simulator. My primary role for Artemis II is as the Chief Training Officer, in charge of developing and then providing the astronauts all of the training they will need.
So we are currently down our mic input on the speaker unit. Houston Orion on 1, I'll check with their handoff.
So this is a place where the astronauts can see how all of their displays and switches will look for the mission. We simulate just a few minutes before liftoff. All the way through, we've splashed down in the Pacific Ocean and are making contact with the recovery forces. We actually started way back in 2023. Fundamentals, like what are the systems on Orion? How does the vehicle work? Past several months have been really focused on contingencies. So what happens when something breaks and how do we react to it? There's a certain few things that we don't have time to go pull out procedures for. The crew has to know this is what that looks like when this problem happens, and here's immediately what I need to do for it.
To keep it centered, so we need to get opening and centered.
Some things are quite a bit different than what we've done in the past. Our Artemis II astronauts could be the first human eyes to see some of these amazing features on the far side of the moon because they weren't lit for the situation of the Apollo missions. The lunar science training team made them these little passport books where they can quiz themselves on, okay, what is that feature? And then remind themselves why this is really interesting to the science team, what they might notice about it. We're going with the mind of what technology can we develop to enable us to stay for longer periods, to enable us to be in regions that are more extreme when it comes to temperatures and environment. Just like we've learned so many things in low Earth orbit that have helped us plan these missions to the moon, doing these missions to the moon is going to help us understand so much about what we need to develop to go to Mars.
It looks like the astronauts are nearing the launch pad. I'm watching it on the screen now live with you guys. You'll also notice that in that video, there are actually various Artemis astronauts training together for the mission, not just the Artemis II flight crew we're watching today. So there's a bunch of them. Now, before our next break, and us getting to live watch with you, with the crew heading to the launch pad now, here's your next trivia question. Here it is. Can the orange Orion suits be used for moonwalking? That's your question. Can the orange Orion suits be used for moonwalking? This is a little bit of a tricky question. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention, but the Apollo suits in the past were, used for everything. They donned them when they launched, they wore it into space, they wore it on the moon, they wore it when they came back. But what about these Artemis Orion suits? Can they be used for moonwalking? What do you think? The answer is no. These suits are specifically made just for their space trip inside the capsule. Artemis II has no moon landing or spacewalk planned, so these suits, also known as OX suits, are only for launch, re-entry, and emergencies. We'll talk more a little bit about that later, but in the meantime, let's head back to look at the launch pad and where the astronauts are now making their way closer and closer to the SLS and the Orion capsule.
20, 19, and then you tell Cody to go at 20, and that will match.
Welcome back and welcome folks who are just tuning in now to the AP live stream of NASA's Artemis II launch back around the moon. I'm Kyle Marian Viterbo with Associated Press. I don't know how excited you are right now watching what's on the screen. I am watching it with you. You know, the Artemis II flight crew is now just outside of the Orion capsule. They're suited up, they've got their helmets on. It is feeling very real. There are questions right now in the YouTube chat, like when is this actually launching? Just so you know, the launch window still is going to open at 6:24 p.m. ET, and we'll have 2 hours from that point for them to launch. Oop, I see one of the astronauts just waving, and I think it looks like they're going to head in soon. Thumbs up from them. This is really great. Okay, so I just wanted to catch you guys up a little bit on the spacesuits that they are wearing to go into space. I mean, this is part of their test flight mission, is to test out how well these spacesuits perform in deep space. So we're gonna throw it now to AP video journalist Mary Conlin's footage. She actually got a chance to go behind the scenes to see how Orion's spacesuits were engineered. So let's take a look alongside the astronauts hopping into the Orion capsule.
There is no part store in space to go fix things, so it must be right when it leaves here. My role is project manager and system manager for the Orion Crew Survival System. I've been working on Orion since 2005. We use all acronyms here at NASA all the time, and so it's OCSS. One day we realized it kind of spells ox, so we just call it the ox, and we call it the ox suit. This is an engineering lab, and so it's kind of weird. While we have this lab, we also have, you know, people are people. You got to wash your clothes, and it's the same with spacesuits. We wash them, we have drying racks, we do our own sewing, we do our own glue work. The main thing about the Orion spacesuit is it's designed to keep the crew safe not only at launch and landing, but if something were to go wrong while you're in transit to the moon or in lunar orbit, they're designed to sustain you for that full duration of return. So they become your own personal-sized spacecraft that can last up to 6 days. In effect, the spacesuit is a body-shaped balloon that holds your personal atmosphere. That is in the past, that is in the current, that will be in every spacesuit in the future. Now, in Apollo, that suit was built for launch, for landing, for survival, and for the mission on the moon itself. With Orion, we're not trying to build a jack-of-all-trades suit. When we walk on the surface, that also will have a purpose-built suit that does that one job and one job only. If everything goes to plan, we will wear them for launch. We will doff the suits, meaning take them off. That's our cool NASA word for takeoff. And then we will don the suits just prior to re-entry. Now, if things were to go unplanned, we've designed them so that they can put their full ensemble on, not just the suit, but all the gear underneath that makes the suit do what it has to do within an hour. So it's kind of weird. You're hooked up effectively to a hose. We were all a little bit uncomfortable with the idea of attaching directly up to the vacuum of space, and so this gives us a barrier in between that we can fill it and we can cycle it as it fills up. It continuously allows for the dumping of urine into space. The phenomena that happens is it instantly turns to ice, and then over time that ice turns to gas. It's going to be a protein shake, for lack of better terminology, but a straw is inserted in here. As the straw is inserted, it seals on an O-ring before it opens the flapper inside that allows it to penetrate through. So the seal is never broken. And then, you know, it's off on the side of the head for visibility's sake, but the helmet rotates, so I can rotate it to be at my mouth location when I want to drink or take medicine as well. We actually worked with the racing industry quite a bit. We had partnerships with NASCAR, with Indy. So not only is the suit custom to you, but the seat's customized around you, just like a race car driver would have. Keep in mind, when you're under a parachute coming in from lunar trajectories, it is a very, very difficult situation. Every landing is effectively a controlled crash. That's why the suit is soft without hard components.
Splashdown.
Every last detail is so critical. There will be something we overlook. It's impossible for me to say there is no possible case we haven't thought of. But everything that we've learned, I hope we've done justice to those lessons of applying it here, that we give the crew the best possible chance of survival in any circumstance. We're about to do something we haven't done in 50 years, and we're about to do it in a new way, and it is so inspiring to be part of it.
Oh my gosh. So yeah, I just want to do a quick recap of the Orion crew survival system, the OX suits. They're worn during the riskiest parts of the flight, so that's launch and re-entry. They're not designed for moonwalking because astronauts for Artemis IV will be the ones who will doing the moonwalking 2 years from now, hopefully, with specifically designed suits. If Orion ever lost pressure, each suit could help provide breathable atmosphere for a few days. And on Artemis II, the crew will test how fast they can suit up, pressurize, strap in, and even eat or drink through the helmet port. All right, so before we take a little break, I've got another trivia question for you. Here's your next one. If you've been paying attention, you will answer this really well, I think. Here's the question. In an emergency, how long can the Orion crew survival system help provide a breathable atmosphere if Orion loses pressure? So here's that question again. In an emergency situation, how long can the Orion crew survival system, the OX suit, help provide a breathable atmosphere in space if Orion loses pressure? What is your guess? Chime in on the chat if you can. 3, 2, 1. The answer is 6 days. The OX suits are able to protect and support the astronauts for 6 whole days if the Orion capsule loses pressure for any reason. That is one of the suit's safety features that NASA plans to test on this test flight, Artemis II. All right, folks, we'll be back, and let's take a look at the astronauts suiting, or well, they're already suited, but they're now like strapping in to the Orion capsule. So let's take a look at that, and we'll be back in a little bit.
Just the ambient, just
Any more fire?
Folks, just a little bit of a weather update while we watch the NASA flight crew strap in and wait inside the Orion capsule. It's looking like in Titusville, where they will be launching from, rain is coming in. It's a little bit gray, but that is not an issue right now because they expect that weather pattern to be out of there and heading west by launch time. So 2 hours from 6:24 PET until when that launch window closes, gives them plenty of time to sit out this weather. So things are still looking very hopeful. Now, if you're watching along with me where the astronauts are still strapping in, they're like getting things checked out, soon the hatch will be sealed and the teams will then begin going through their safety checks. Let's talk about 2 features built into this mission that most people might not know about. Okay, first, I have here again, like general photo of the SLS rocket. At the very top, the astronauts will actually be sitting up here in the Orion capsule, pretty far up in the rocket. But at the very top, this little pointy thing, that is actually the Launch Abort System, or LAS. This is the emergency escape system. So if something goes wrong early in the flight, its job is to pull the crew capsule away from the rocket as fast as possible. It is there for the worst case moments and exists for one reason. That is to protect the crew. After normal ascent, all things going well, NASA jettisons it about 3 minutes and 18 seconds after liftoff. So it does go away along with the lower parts of the rocket after that trip towards the orbit. Now, the next thing that I wanted to talk about is the Earth orbit check. So this is happening after launch, okay? After liftoff, right? Artemis II does not actually head straight for the moon. The crew will spend the first day in Earth orbit right here, close enough that if anything is wrong with life support, communications, or any major system, they can come home safely. They will test basics like drinking water, the toilet, which in this Orion capsule, which is much bigger than the Apollo capsule, they'll actually have a toilet where they could close the door. Apparently that is like a very special thing and they're very excited about it. They will be testing the basics, so like the toilet and the system that removes carbon dioxide from the cabin air. And only after those checkouts will they light the engine burn that sends Orion towards the moon. NASA calls that the translunar injection, or TLI. This is the burn that will send Orion, the Orion spacecraft, on its moon-bound path. So, fun fact, Orion's launch abort system can go from 0 to 405 miles per hour in 2 seconds. In a launch emergency, that tower on top of the capsule is designed to yank the crew away from the rocket real fast. All right, we're gonna take another break and we're gonna keep an eye on our Orion capsule there and also at the weather. In the meantime, here is your next trivia question. Now, the Apollo missions brought 24 American men around the moon. 12 of them landed on its lunar surface. Your question is, with Artemis, which crew member will be the first Canadian to fly around the moon? This is pretty easy, you guys, if you've been watching, I don't know. But chime in on the comments, or maybe chime in with who your favorite astronaut ever is. Share that in the comments as well. But this is your trivia question one more time. The Apollo missions brought 24 American men around the moon. 12 of them landed on its lunar surface. And with Artemis, which crew member will be the first Canadian to fly around the moon? And the answer is Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen. So Artemis II will be his first space flight ever and the first time a Canadian and a non-American flies around the moon. All right, folks, we'll be right back again and we'll keep watching the astronauts as they're laid down, getting ready for launch. We'll see you soon.
but he does music for the audio. So he still gets music. And then a guy that's now retired, but worked for my dad for a while, who was in Orlando as one and did a lot with the boy bands, and also did several of the CNC Music Factory albums. But he got the hell out when the whole boy band industry collapsed. So it's like he was around all the sketchy shit, and was like, this shit be sketchy, and bailed right before the whole House of Cards came falling down. And then went to the tire industry for the next 20 years. Yeah. I'm older than I look.
Yeah, I guess. You're actually. Yeah, we live in the village.
Yes, thank you.
You should probably message her. You guys have a
Mama. Wait, game finished. Game finished. એવું કંઈ સોના ચાંદી નથી. પણ ઘણું અહીંયા પાછળ વધી ગયું છે. ઘણું વધી ગયું છે. ચેર વધી ગઈ છે.